Community screen, kind of small. Oh, it's because of the bar there at the top. That's not shown, so that's why it's like that. Okay. So anyways, music and if things are working. Um, Here we go. Keep going back to this Minecraft video. I like that. And YouTube hasn't yelled at me for using it yet, so. Anyways. Things look to be working. Why is... Okay, that was weird. Move me down a bit. That way I'm not covering up the tiles there. And what was that hand movement? Don't you dare be blocking this random thing behind me. Okay. Anyways, I don't need that. So, the plan for today is to work a bit more on this project, but streamed. Specifically, planning on working on pitting in the new models and getting all that stuff worked out. Which is probably going to be a pain. But it's, in theory, all of it is stuff I've already done, so it should be just do it again. If I've done everything correctly, most of it should just transfer anyways. Real quick though, let's first name these. And then need to go grab the 2 new ones, which should be, yeah. I just want all of this. Here. Yippee. So let's make a folder. Oh, that doesn't show up. Okay. Fold. Just that stuff there. And I guess that too, because I don't know what that is. I want to go to here. And that can also go in old. And I want these to go to here. Alright. This is built on top of the Demon Bird avatar that I made. Well, might switch to later today. But since I need an actual avatar to have it attached to, that's just what this stuff up here is. So everything from pencil source down is what I'm working on. Let's take this, toss it in there, toss it in there. That's big. And let's just go ahead and hide these two. So step 1, 100 by 100. Why? Actually, step one, let's make certain everything is transferred correctly. Also, let's extract materials to here. So now that I think about it, let's grab that, this, and this. Yeah, let's just take a little bit. Plus that stuff in Alt. Knock down that size a bit, knock down this size a bit. They've knocked the size down a bit too much. Yep, okay. 10? Let's see, let's compare it to the old one. So let's just, oops, wrong thing. Let's bring you up here real quick. Let's also rotate you. No, rotate, not flip. There we go. It's a little bit bigger. 12 by 12? 15? Let's go with 15. Because I did kind of want the pad to be a little bit bigger anyways. Alright, so that's good size. Compare this to the old pencil, which is way up here for some reason. Oh, that's right, because I was testing things by pinning it up there, and I was like, I could move back down. Pencil-wise, yeah, it looks good. It's also scaled to 100 for some weird reason. Yeah, whatever. The scale won't matter too much for this. Oh, wait, no, unless it does. Oh, let's also extract these materials. What if I uncheck those convert units? That explains it. Now I'll make it 1. Same with this control pad. Let's do that. It's gonna make it huge. It's still big. Still too big. Wait, I had it at 15 scale last time, so 0.15. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep, okay. This is good. I also want to enable more read and write for that as well, in case I need to do anything like that. Alright, next let's set up materials. Actually, let's just to hide that. Take this, move it back down. Like that. Actually. 001 and 001. I'm not sure what that being at 001. Oh, as you may have noticed, I have not got around to updating the textures yet, so some of this is still just placeholder. like that arrow, I will actually have stuff there, but that's just texture file, so I can just change that whenever I feel like. And another thing that I changed is I removed one of the bones. So I found another way of doing this that does not require a fizz bone to actually hold the thing. As such, I was able to cut out one bone and like 2 fizz bones from like each. So that's pretty good. Oh, that's right. Anyways, materials. So for the pencil, quill, pen, whatever I end up wanting to go with calling it, I want for feather. Because this says actual shadow and stuff. What do these things do for me? That makes it shiny. This makes it smooth. Honestly, kind of just fine with where it is. This will have emissions, which will be the color of. I can just drag it from here. This. That should not be that bright. Oh, wait, no, it is supposed to be like that. Yes, I did that correct. But that was actually supposed to be at black for now. That will get modified later. Right? I will. I think so. May have to do some more touch up on that texture, but it should be good for now. I didn't make any normal maps for this, or even look at normal maps, which is honestly fine. It doesn't really need a normal map. And that's not too hard to add if I decide to add later. Alright, now for the tip of the pen. Pencil, quill, I'll just substitute those whenever I feel like it. Want it to be metallic, want it to be shiny, be smooth, and look nice. It will not have emissions. Actually, you know what? I'll give it a very light emission. It still has like a little slight glow to it. Probably will look nice. None of the rest of this matters. One thing I am sticking to with this pen is that I am using purely assets from SDK and Unity. I did use VRC Fury for a lot of testing, but I want it to be just as close to a plug and play as possible. If I hide that, oh, still got the orb. That was a placeholder as well. Yeah, looks nice. Looks nice and shiny. And Billy. Anyways, we'll get back to that later. Now for the control pad. material 1, which is for this, I want to be transparent. That, emission colors of that. Lower the intensity a bit of the emission. Max smoothness, and let's say 0.5 for metallic. I like that. All right. Yes, I like that. Now for the handle, very metallic and smooth, but I don't want reflections. For emissions, drop the intensity a bit. The same way that I did with that. Where's my light at? Oh, it's right there. Move this closer. Like, don't move it through it. By increasing intensity. That gets bright. Handle doesn't. Why not? Why does my handle go so dark? Is it really because I have reflections turned off? Fine, I guess I get reflections. Which I mean, don't look bad, but bump up the intensity a little bit. Oh, it's because it was putting the file in at half alpha already. Double-sided global illumination. Nope. Also, what is up with those preset buttons? They don't look right. Oh, this thing doesn't have any backlit. And then I messed up normals? Or did it redo normals? It probably redid normals. No, I messed up normals. Yep, give me a quick moment. That's an easy fix. Do face orientation. Yep, I want all of those normals flipped. Yeah, something like that. It's probably not gonna like this, but I don't care. Export BX visual objects. Don't do that. Don't do that. Go to here, grab the new one. That, yes. Drop in this. Copy paste doesn't work that way. I gotta click and drag. Like that. Why is it suddenly so tiny? Oh. Why is it still so tiny? Oh. I figured out why it's so tiny. There we go. Now things are not being pushed in front of other things. Do we have any other series? VR chat. Standard specular setup? No. What am I looking for? Yeah. Let me see, shaders. Oh, this is probably what I want. That is not what I want. Hmm. Oh, you know what would be helpful? I was modifying the correct thing. I did not extract the stuff from the thing, so by default it was using that stuff. So that actually looked correct. No, not quite. I mean, why aren't those correct? Because those didn't get updated for some reason. Oh, because those were already the correct way, and I flipped them anyway. Yippee. I love making mistakes. Waste time. Export, FPX, blah blah blah, all that stuff. Export that, go to here, to here, and then to here, and delete that, and then go back, and grab this, and slap it there. And go to here, convert units, nope. Right, sure. Materials. So I badly wanted to just switch over to using like, this stuff. So, like, oh, I want to do this and slap around a bunch of stuff on it. I get it looking real nice. Also, I'm just curious now, like how nice can I get it to look? Here, realistic, transparent. Why is it looking like that though? I don't want it to look like that. Well, you know, I'm messing around with too much stuff that I'm not going to use because I want to stick to standard stuff because I don't want other things. So this is what I'm getting. Because this is what's available. Anyways, moving on. Or do Unity work, not background Blender work? So, step one, let's reveal everything. Alright, so that's all the stuff I need. Need a lot of empty game objects now that I think about it for that control pad. Let's work on the pencil first. Is pencil new? Compared to pencil old. All this stuff I can just literally move right on over. And this stuff should work. Maybe. Probably not, though. Maybe? Oh, aside from being in the wrong place. You move that stuff like that. And then I want a position constraint. I'm going to constrain this to this, 0 it. Constrain this to this and 0 it. Then just delete that. Now that is at the end of this, which is where I want it to be. Pretty much exact, I think. Or at least it's exact enough as I'm going to get. Other things to move over. Got these contact receivers. They should just transfer. Let's just slap them on over. This fizzbone should be able to just be slapped over. I will have to redo that root transform, but everything else should just work. And then these constraints, that will just transfer. This has to get changed to that, then transferred. Oh, this is actually taller than the previous pen, so I will need to make some. Well, let's transfer that. Good. That should be like that, which is correct. I'm going to re-enable Snap to Hand for this before I forget. I was done with testing today. And I want to go to these contact receivers. This is the height of them. Change it to 0.3 and then this to 16? Yes. Then I want to do the same to this one. Point 3, 0.16. Have any questions about what this stuff actually does, just let me know. There is a lot of things going on, so it would probably take like forever to actually explain. The fact these numbers are changing is kind of a bad thing that I need to get figured out. That's like that, that's there. Phasing constraint just works, but this doesn't want to work. Deactivate it, unlock this. Set both of those to 0, lock it, active. That should also be 0. 0, 0, everything 0. Why is it not staying 0? That's an incredibly small number, but the fact that that number keeps changing means that something is not right. Which, I mean, this thing's already kind of a dumb solution. Well, not really a dumb solution, but like, it shouldn't work. Because what I've done is I set it to where you have the end of the pencil here. You have the start of the pencil there. And then you have this, effectively just a dot, that's at the start of the pencil as well. So, this right here, being a child of pencil end, means that pencil end moves, pencil collider moves. If pencil moves, pencil end moves. And because of this constraint, if pencil collider moves, pencil moves. And it kind of just loops. In theory, if I can get all these things to just sit at 0, then it will work for what I need. I don't really have the ability to show it working, but effectively, whenever you grab the fizz bone right here, which is not actually going from the pencil to the pencil end, it's going from the pencil end to that glorified dot. When you move the fizz bone, it will move the pencil collider, which will move pencil, which will then move pencil end, pencil collider, pencil end, pencil collider, and so on and so forth. In theory, it will do this fast enough and to a complete 0. So, the only exception to that is any input made on the fizz bone by grabbing it. So everything else should just 0 out, except for that fizz bone. That fizz bone will be modified by grabbing and moving it. Fizz bone also has a pull of 1, so it should snap back to 0 itself as well. So in theory, this thing has enough wiggle room to where everything should 0 out, and it just kind of works. You move the fizz bone, and the pencil then moves to the fizz bone, and everything zeroes out with the only constraint. With the only thing that won't 0 out is where your hand is, which is where you want the pen to be. So Should have just set it 0. The only time it's not 0 is when it's actually being used. So as you can see, it is moving ever so slightly. Anytime a thing updates, that number gets bigger. And while it's an incredibly small number, it will eventually add up. Especially when at the current moment it only adds up every single time it clicks it forward or backwards. In VR chat, it could be updating up to like 90 to like anywhere from like 60 to like over 100 times per second, which will cause it to actually move. I've watched the pin earlier today and noticed that, and I'm like, that's the reason why I have this thing with an orb, so it could actually track how fast it was doing that. And it would actually leave that orb in like a minute. So it could travel that far. Which is enough to mess things up. Potentially by a lot. I don't know how to fix that though. Did I just fix it? Because that number's not changing anymore. Cool. Okay. No. I'll accept it. I'll accept it deciding to, I don't know, just work. And the rotation constraint keeps it rotated correctly, so it actually looks the way it should. One issue with using this, though, is from times I got people to help me test it, since I don't have access to actual VR at the moment. It does wobble a lot while it's held. It honestly comes down to just kind of thinking of other screwed up means of working. Wait, would a mobile work for that? That might fix the problem. I mean, we can't really test it, but that might be a solution to the problem. Anything else from the old pencil that I need to move? No. Let's remove that. Then the control pad. Move that up to there, move this to here. Control pad has a lot more going on with it. And so here, things to move over. We got this particle system. We got another contact receiver. We got fizz bone. We got the position rotation constraints to do the weird thing. So the big thing about this is moving over the particle system, which is going to require a lot of rework. Honestly enough, that I'm debating about just deleting this and building new. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just build. Just gonna have to build that new. Oh, also let's hide that. Reveal this and this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to rebuild this particle system. So just gonna delete that. Actually, no, won't delete it. I'll just leave it there in case I need to reference anything from it. This contact receiver, just put it in the new one and then change the size. Let's transfer that to there. Increase it to there. Increase its height. 3, 3. No, let's make this 1.4. Yes. And let's increase this to like 4. I like that. Alright. Next. Fizzbone. Let's just transfer that. I will have to completely rebuild a lot of it, but I can do that later. And these constraints. I'll actually just rebuild them. I don't need those specific constraints. I'll do that later once I have everything else better lined up. This control pad handle in. This has that constraint. Wait, did I transfer that constraint? Oh no, that's right. That was just locking it to itself to do a certain thing. Yeah, don't need that. I might implement something like that again, but I don't need that. This I can literally just move around over. All 8 of these will still be used. I'll need to move them all, but they can just be used. So up them all right there. These are the ones that are going to get different. They no longer have that. They are no longer bones to be pushed up and down like buttons. They are going to be particles that will turn on, off, switch around, and whatnot. So I think that'll look cool. I will need these contact receivers. I need a place to put them. So we'll go back over to here. We are going to create a bunch of empty things. Toggle CG, color glow. Toggle SR, set retrieve. Toggle erase. And toggle move. Put that one to there. This one goes to erase. That one I'll leave. This one goes to move. And this one I'll take this and set it to there, and the other one can just stay. Alright. Next up is these setters. Those I should be able to just transfer. I'll need to move them around and stuff, but for settings, it should be good. Then for the dials, don't have any on the ends, right? Nope. The ends are just there to fill in the bone. Why are you recognizing my face as a hand? Stop doing that, you stupid program. Anyways, these things should be able to just transfer for the most part. Yeah, do want to just grab and transfer these because they have a lot. Well, some settings will need to be changed. Other settings are pretty good. And the same goes with their contact receivers. Okay, and that leaves all that's left to move over is the particle system, which I don't really need. So I'm just going to stuff this down here for storage. And now it is time to reposition all the things. Honestly, a question why I was moving those and not just the game objects. where is this going? Oh, all the way over there. Okay. I want that at 0, 0. To go down to this view. And this is preset 1. Which way do I want the presets to go? Do I want to, like, they want to start at the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6, 7, 8. So I want it pretty much right there in the middle of that. It doesn't have to be precise, but I would like it to be. What's with this in scaling? Hands rotation. I don't know why it has those changes to it. Alright. Looks like oh, that's right. I need to reset those. There we go. Now I'll move that straight down to there. Oh wait, they're not lined up, that's right. Those being artsy and that was nice. Which is fine. Alright. Zero, zero, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. 0, 0, 0. Oh, oops. It's like 2.3 or whatever. A lot of this stream is probably just gonna be me making these adjustments to both fix kind of dumb things I did before, because I learned a lot while building this project, and then just fixing numbers and stuff. So if you have any questions about what I'm doing, its purpose, or any of the crap you see on the screen, just let me know. Why bird small? Bird here is not small. Bird here is not small. This is not the small bird. The bird is small because, I don't know, it's funny. This one's all over there. This was colored to glow, which I want to go there. Also want to make it a bit bigger. Like that. Yes. This goes to here. So I want to double the size of all of these. Make them a bit easier to push, unless after further testing they're too easy to push. This one's for erase, which I put in the pink eraser colored thing. And this goes over here in the blue one for move, because of the reasons why. Also, another thing about it, I want to change these to constant, constant. Instead of on enter. Because I've been noticing some like sync issues with these buttons, that the on enter pretty much only affects it for like an instant, and sometimes that's too fast and things don't line up correctly afterwards. I'll change these to constant, and I will adjust the animations later to accommodate. Except for the presets. The presets work fine, and I'm definitely not saying that because this is going to have to require me to make like at least 96 changes to the animation files to do these 8, if not more, probably double that. So I really don't want to do that. So I'm just going to not. And plus the preset buttons seem to have worked well, so like they're lined up well enough when it comes to the animations for that instant. So they're also designed to act faster. Next, the dials. It's gonna be fun. Step 1, I want to reduce this max angle to 45. To change this to negative 45. Yeah, that is correct, right? Completely vertical. Despite the fact that's rotated by 15 for some reason. That to be 0. Max function, max director, max square, no grab movement, no snap to hand, none of that. This is what I want it to be, yes. This contact receiver. Will need to be a sphere still. You're moving this little dot, so I just have to put it on the little dot. No, I can't. No, I can't. This one needs to be moved to the end of the bone, not the beginning of the bone. So when the bone moves, it moves this contact receiver. So that needs to go here, actually. And this needs to go here. I can do that, right? Yes. No, actually, revert that. I want the end of it to be here, so that way the bone goes across that entire thing. Like that. But I want this contact receiver to be pretty much right on top of that prism thing. like that. Make that a bit smaller. Yeah, I like that. Also, let's increase the radius of this by a little bit. Alright, I like that. And then the setter. We need to move over to here. The W is... No, let's actually just copy this. Full transform. Paste full transform. Just like that. Look, 6.3. Oh, a little smaller. 0.58, 0.29. Okay, that looks good. 0.02, so increase the size of that. Inside bounds, all that stuff. Yep. Okay. Now to do that a few more times for the other dials. 45, 45. So that to 0. 0.02. Yep. Contact receiver goes to the end. Reduce this to 1.15. And that was like what? Negative 0.11? So it gave me a nice spot for the other one. So this one's more like 0.12. Different spots. That shouldn't matter too much, but hurts my sensibilities. Like I worked hard to put stuff in the center. It didn't work that hard, I guess. Whatever. It will work. We can go to here. Copy will transform. Go to here. Paste will transform. So that was 0. 0.02, 0.58, 0.29. Yep. And again. So that's 0. 45. Negative 45. Don't know why this one's upside down compared to the rest. That's fine, I guess. Have to be what it be. Oh, because it's pointing that way. Duh. Never mind. That makes sense. Because this one right here is going to be 165. Or if I'm thinking correctly. Anyways, 0.02. Leave all that alone. Let's get moved to the end. Grab the wool transform one here. 0.5. 0.11. No, get a 0.11. Or 12. Oh, 11 for this one. Ookie. Go to here. Paste. Wool transform. Put at 0. 0.02. 0.58. 0.29. Another thing, I'll remember to set that back to 0. This one is already at 0. How nice of it. 45. Negative 45. Nope. Just regular 45. 0.02. Flat ounce is fine. This goes to here. 0.15. Negative 0.11. Or 10. Whatever. Center. Paste will transform. So that's 0. 0.02. 0.58. 0.29. And that's that, right? Oh, this right here will need to be strained to this. 0 it, then delete it. This then needs position constraint. That goes to this. Do that and lock it. And none of the numbers are changing, which is very good. I need a rotation for this. And I just 0 that. I do not just 0 that. It does not like that. Set to that, and then just simply activate. There we go. And that number's changing. That number should not be changing. Is this number still being still? Still being nice, right? Yeah, it looks like the correct number. Why you know be nice? Is active, not locked. Set to 0. Set to active. Lock it. Nope. need to like 0 this again. Yeah, do that. And then back to here. Active. Lock. No. Why is it also rotating weird? Okay, well that needs to go back to 0. Start the process again. Start here. Go to there. 0 it. Delete this. Back to here. Active lock. No. Lock then active? No. Zero it. No. How did I get the pencil to just line up like perfectly fine? You just delete that for now. Create it again. To there. It's because of this thing's rotation. And its scale. Could that be messing it up? Also, I just noticed that moved. Which means this rotation constraint correctly is it. That could also be a problem. Nope. Moving again. Is it because of this rotation constraint? There's something wrong with the rotation. Delete this. reset that. Just make certain all of those are 0. Certain that all of these are exact numbers. Position constraint. Source, start of it, 0. Delete. That should be in the exact same place as that. Looks like it. Position constraint. Source, this. Activate, lock. There we go. Everything is 0, as it should be. Well, except for the -1. -1 is -1. Next. The only thing left is the particle system for the pencil control pad to set up. However, that's going to need a complete rework. Ugh. So first, let's go through all my animations and make certain they are correct. That's still good. This is not. It should be resolved by changing that, and then deleting that. Yes. Same with this. Delete that. Delete that. Welcome back. I guess. We are doing Unity stuff. I am making a pencil. This pencil is needlessly complicated. Twice in 14 days. Gotta commit to the bit. Yep. Why is that not working? Oh, oops. Cut out now. I am currently updating all of the animations to match the fact that I took a bone out and changed some names. Hmm? Oh. Wait. It should still be. Oh, wait, no, that's right. I changed it to. CG. Yes, there we go. Where was I? Yeah, Unity is a complete mess. If you have any questions about anything, what anything specifically does, just ask. But it is a lot. What I'm currently messing around with is the animations, which for the most part are just really simple things of just turn on or off or rotate a thing. Um, but effectively with the animations is like, for example, that needs to be changed. Wait, it should be a simple fix, I think. I just have to change this to 165, all the way down here. Change this to 45. Wait, no. Change this to 45. That to 0, and this to negative 165. Wait, no. That to 0, this to 45. What am I doing wrong? I don't even know what I'm doing is working. But as you can see in the top, well, can't really see it at the top at the moment. Oh wait, no, I just rotate this. This goes negative 120. Yes. No. Negative 75. Yeah, as you see up there on the top, that little green bar. As I move the animation along, the green bar rotates according to the animation. Yeah, but whenever the animation runs, and I'll talk more about it later when I actually get into the animator, In theory, if this animation was run, every second that passes, the dowel moves a little bit by bit. And during this, the Fizzbone Collider will be set to off. Wait. Shouldn't that be on? Oh no, it's supposed to be off. It's supposed to be off. Yes, because this is open. This is not setting the angle. This is opening it back up to being moved. That does supposed to be off. But effectively what this means is that over the duration of this minute-long animation, the rotation on the z-axis will change from negative 165 to 75, negative 75, and the dial G setter VRC Fizzbone Collider will be disabled for that duration of a minute. Again, more on that stuff later, but kind of the gist of what it's doing. Also, I need to go through this and reset these values as well. And I'll need to come to here and reset these values. This is blue, so it's 165. $165. Oh wait, no, that's 75 again. But yeah, the main reason why I know this stuff actually works is because of the fact that a lot of it I've already used. So the way I had all this set up for the old stuff, for the old models, like was like 97% complete. So in the end, it all still works the same. So I know these animations just work because of the fact that I've already made them work in the past. I'm not changing the animation, I'm just changing what it's assigned to, which it's kind of assigned to the same thing. I accidentally misclicked. It works in VRC as well. Currently, the only issues I have yet to solve with the old models was when you're holding the pen, it kind of like shakes a lot, which makes the drawing very wobbly. I may have fixed that. Also, whenever you have the thing let go, it moves just ever so slowly in a random direction. I think I just fixed that as well. And then the biggest issue is it does not appear in the correct location for everyone. And I honestly have no clue how to fix that at the moment. But I don't need this animation anymore. Well, that should not turn off at the end. Okay, so I broke that animation, but I don't need that animation anymore. I don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. Those are going to need a complete rework. This will not work right now, but it will work later when I re-implement that. Almost forgot I need to refix these rotations. No, that's supposed to be just 15. $15 plus 90 is 05. There's 0, negative 15. Zero, 0, negative 105. Oops, that's supposed to be negative 15. Negative 105. Got my colors mixed up somehow. Double check next when this is all correct. It is. I can go through a lot of these animations and kind of explain them in better detail later. I'm actually showing like how things how things actually, like, what they affect, how they move, stuff like that. But what I'm currently fixing is these animations are, well, almost everything in Unity is based upon the hierarchy of what's connected to what. And what I'm fixing right now is due to some renaming and the introduction of the new stuff. The hierarchy has changed, and while a lot of things will accommodate pretty well to hierarchy changing, the animations do not handle that very well. As they are very precise on how their hierarchy goes. And so I'm just basically having to go through and rename the stuff to what it now is. So that way, whenever I tell it, like, oh, move this piece this much, it actually knows what piece I'm referencing. And I am almost done with all the animations. You can't actually see the menu whenever I pull it up to click to the next one, but I am down to like 6 left. Oops. And there we go, that should be all the animations. I'm going to go to here and delete the ones that I no longer need, just so they're out of the way. Because all the ones that have to deal with pressing down a button no longer matter, as I'm no longer going to be having buttons that press down. I do not want to delete those yet, because those will still be used. I just need to reposition them. I almost made a mistake. Alright, for these, That's right, I need to reintegrate the control pad. Let's just slap a particle system in here, just that way as a placeholder. Stop doing that. Okay, now I need to go down the list of these preset buttons and copy over that stuff. Sorry, this is kind of like a much more boring than typical part. But if I don't properly set these, then nothing will work down the line. It's not boring, it's ASMR. Alright. Oops. Alright, 3 more of these to go for now. And last one. Wait a second. With this old pad, did I really just... Bot. Where's bot? Oh. I messed this whole thing up, didn't I? But how did it get to there? Oh well, that should be fine. That should be fine. This is fine, unless it's not. In which case, I'll figure it out later. Stop the particles. Yep. So that's it for the animations. Mixer 9. Get rid of all the ones I don't need, so they're out of the way. Yep, okay. That's all good. So, now. Does this help? So things here that I need to change. So anyways, all the animations, let's pick a nicer one. That one doesn't technically do anything. Alright, so, to explain like how the animations work and whatnot, I'll use this one as an example. This is the animator. And so, when it, well, animates stuff, it has different things like what type of animation it's performing, what speed it's going at, any multipliers. Motion time allows me to decide to be on a certain point rather than just looping or running the animation. I can set the animation to a specific point, mirror it for whatever reason. offset it, inverse kinematic it, and then the right defaults means that when it's done, if it reverts back to its original state, or if it maintains the change. So for right defaults, it means that once the animation stops, is over, it's no longer on this animation square. Does it revert back to before the animation or after the animation for whatever the animation alters? Typically, you want right defaults on, because otherwise things start to add up and it breaks kind of fast. But for example here, this right here is a transition. So whenever these conditions are met, or if there are no conditions, once the animation finishes running, or if there is no animation, then after a certain time, set time, it will then move to the next square. Exit time determines where in the animation it exits. In this case, I want the animation to be completed, so I have it at exit time 1. Fixed duration is for the transition duration, whether it's based off of how long the animation is or if it's just based off of time. And that determines how long the transition runs, which determines the animation time. So as you can see over here, it runs 10% into that animation. So this animation plays for 10% before it finishes of that time frame. And specifically, that animation is pencil draw start base, which makes the pencil start to emit, turn on its emitter, its particle emitter. Technically, the animation only turns on and then immediately turns off the emitter, so it only emits a single particle, and that is important. So that's set up to where it makes a single particle by turning the emitter on and then immediately back off, and that's the animation. And that is triggered by whenever it is set to the draw toggle, which is pencil mode toggle false, set to the draw mode, and whenever the trigger is pulled. So the pencil is made to write. When the trigger is pulled and it's set to false for mode toggle, which is draw, it switches over to this one. And then when the trigger is released, or the pencil trigger pulled is considered false, does the same thing and jumps over to this one, pencil draw stop base, which will turn on a collider that destroys the emitted particle and then immediately turns the collider back off. So this just basically destroys the particle that was made with this animation. And then this one has no condition, as once this runs, it then jumps back to this buffer state, where nothing is happening. And that's kind of how these things work. And then for different transitions, in this case, if it's set to the erase mode, goes over to here and turns on the collider on the pin that does the erasing, and when you let go of the trigger, it turns off the collider. Technically, this right here is redundant, as if a right defaults is working correctly, it should automatically disable the collider because the collider is not active in base, but this is just to make sure. And this confirms that the collider is disabled, and then it goes back to buffer state. And that's how it works for this. This basically is determining when the trigger is pulled, is it doing the animations for drawing stuff, or is it doing the animations for erasing stuff? Some of them get a lot more complicated, like what color red it is. It's only this complicated because I added in all the presets, but the presets makes it a bit of a headache to look at. There's one fun one that, this determines the particle that moves around to show what the different presets are, which was a nightmare to set up, as this thing would desync like crazy and keep showing random crap. But I got it all synced up and it works. Technically 4 identical ones for each of the colors and position. Then you get some which are just a very simple on-off. So it's like it's right here where there is no pencil, and then if you activate the pencil, then there is pencil. And when you don't want pencil, there is no pencil. So some of them are simple. Some of them are complex. Some of them require me changing 96 different animation tabs if I want to change how a preset works. And this little like triple arrow thing indicates that there are multiple things that can transition between the two states. So if either the glow toggle is enabled, which is actually going to be removed, or if I set it to set the pencil glow set parameter to true, then I'll jump from this one to this one if either of those happen. And then we got over here the parameters, which are basically all the different variables that this thing uses for tracking and keeping things going and whatnot. Which is a lot, especially because of the presets. But yeah, but things of this that I have to change. I have to change, oh no, probably not. Let's move enable, yeah. So this right here, I need to add a new state in for this one to jump to. I can't either. I couldn't understand it at first either. This was just headache of why do thing not work until eventually I click a series of buttons that make the thing work. And it was kind of a lot. For these, I am making it to where basically gonna have to introduce a buffer state in this. Wait, no, I see how I can do it. So this in the middle has buffer state. Set it as layered default state. No, that won't work. Why won't that work? So previously I had it to where it was a button that was hit by a trigger. A trigger is basically just an on-off switch that will switch on and then the next frame immediately switch off. However, that on-off, depending on frame rate, will cause things to not behave correctly. If your frame rate is too high or too low, then the trigger will turn on, turn off, and nothing will happen, as it did not turn on at the right time, and it turned off before the right time. So I'm changing it to where it's just anytime it's in contact, the thing transitions. The trigger is active. It's just so if you're touching it, it's on. If you're not touching it, it's off. And this is the wrong one. This does not need a buffer state. I need to go down to this button move. This is what needs a buffer state. Make this whole thing shareable with a couple people? I can. Once I'm done with this, I plan to make it a thing to where I'll make it like a simple little program script thing to where when you click a button, it will just kind of like auto run all these animations and stuff and set them up onto an avatar. So it'll be a thing of, in theory, you just slap it onto the avatar root, click a button, and then you have access to the pencil in VR chat with that avatar. And as it's currently set up, it is set up to where remote users can use it as well. So, oh, yes. As I currently have it set up, let's hit this back up somewhere. As it's currently set up, anyone can grab and use this. And that's the way I'm setting it up. It would be a lot simpler if I set it up for only a single person to use. But in theory, if you have it on your side, blah. So let's say you're the owner of this. As long as you have your settings enabled that people can interact with your avatar, they can interact with this. And if they have their safety settings set to where they can see your any particle emissions from your character, your avatar, they will be able to see this thing work. But these are fizz bones that can be grabbed by other people. So you could actually just you could drop this thing and draw something and then leave it for someone else to draw something else as well. Or two people drawing on the same thing or whatnot. As it stands, there is only one pin and one control pad. So it is kind of limited in that sense. I am trying to think through ways to allow for multiple pins. But the big problem is that to add another pin would have to add in more animations, which would require another control pad to handle all the new colors and settings for that pin. And this is already quite a lot of stuff. As this alone, you're allowed to have 256 synced bits for your avatar. That is basically parameters that if anyone changes them, it's changed for everyone. And so a lot of them, like the color of the pencil, whether or not it's even active, where it's currently located, all that stuff, has to be synced across the network for others to actually see it function. At the current moment, it's using 42 out of 256 of the bits. So it means I could, in theory, as it currently stands, make 4 more of these pins and pads and have it to where you can drop 5 of them at once. The big issue comes into play whenever you're doing it on an avatar that has other things. So for the main expressions parameters that I use for this avatar is using 46 synced bits. So to include the avatar that I have, which is kind of basic when it comes to toggles and stuff, that already cuts out like one whole pad. If you have like toggles for like clothing and accessories and stuff like that, then that throws in even more sync to bits. And so it can become quite a hassle for all that stuff. There's only so much you can stick to an avatar before things either get overwhelmed or just it doesn't even allow you to do anything. So I am trying to think through ways to basically duplicate this and kind of have duplicates. But as it currently stands, the only way I can think of to do it would to literally build it all again. Just completely like just take this whole thing, all the animations, all the animation layers, parameters, everything, and just double it. Which then takes an already kind of overwhelming thing and makes it even more overwhelming. So, as it currently stands, I'm just limiting it to a single pin and control pad. But yes, I guess to get back to the question and not ramble, yes, anyone can just walk up, grab it, and use it. I have actually tested it with other people as well. Other people have been able to walk up, grab it, and with varying results, which I'm trying to work on, which I'm working on fixing at the moment. With varying results, they are able to just grab it and draw with it. Or push buttons, spin dials, all that sort of stuff. Now, this is something I want to add a buffer state to, for the purpose of, as it currently stands, the conditions to get from one to the other is identical, which is fine for a trigger or a button or whatever. For a trigger, where it's just for a single frame, to where it activates, it goes to here, it deactivates, and then back and forth. However, I have to add in buffer states, so that way it would effectively be this right here. Any way to just move the transition? I don't think so. Anyways, well, I just have to copy it to here. No. Yes, I need to do that. So I have to set it to where when the thing is turned off, so when the button is not pressed, it goes to here. This is move, so yes, that. So, well, this is false, it goes to there. Oh, you got a blast? Oh, crap. A lot of time has passed. Thank you for joining. Oh wait, no, that's that doesn't need to do anything. No, it doesn't need to do anything. So that's fine. Then when the button is pressed, it goes to there. Then another empty tree state. When it is released, it goes back to there. Then when pressed, it goes to there. And then I need to move that one. And that one. I did that wrong. Wait, no. Easy fix. Easy fix. Not easy fix. Wait, how do I fix this? Okay, how do I fix this without a lot more animation states? Transitions. I guess I just do the avatar parameter driver again and set it again. This is move. Oh, you can't see this menu. There it is. So that remains false, or turned off. And over here, do it again, but on. No, I gotta reverse this. I gotta reverse this. This goes to on. This goes to true. True. False. True. False. There we go. So now when nothing is happening, it should be on one of these two states. That allows me to then use this pencil move, which will appropriately set it to one or the other. So in the event that the pencil move is changed by some other means other than this animation cycle is correct. Wait, having it set at percent doesn't do anything. Yeah, because these don't have motions. I need to do that again for the erase button. Alright, next. Set retrieve and color glow. I should go to parameters real quick, and to make it easier on myself, rename some things and delete some things. Example, this. Control pad SR toggle. Don't need that anymore. CG toggle, and I don't need that anymore. And then to verify I'm not screwing something up, I want to go to here, contact receiver, and this sends CG toggle. And this sends SR toggle. All these are set to constant, right? Yes. Nothing. Anyways, back to here. This is RT. SR, sorry, SR. Can't wait until the Steam frame comes out where I can actually use this thing. It's gonna be sad when if I actually sell one of these before I get the Steam frame, and then it's like, oh, the creator isn't the first one to get to use it. Darn. What thing am I setting? Set retrieve toggle. There. Sorry. Oops. No, just that. There we go. Another time. And this is CG toggle. And this is pencil glow set. Alright, that's it for those. So now the buttons should trigger correctly. Next is the particles. Actually, no, there is something else I can work on before I have to deal with the particle system. For the control pad. And that is to these dials. Don't actually have to change that, but I do have to change how those animations work. Because the animation will no longer... Because I made those things 90 degrees. That means that they're only able to get up to an angle of 50%. So how many things do I have to do? Basically everything that uses... Dang. It's a lot of things, actually. Anything that relies on these parameters, pencil blue, anything that relies on pencil blue, green, or red, which is anything that is set by the dial, which for here. So anything that's set from the dial's angle. Wait, will this work? Will that work? I guess load up VR chat and see. Everything's currently stable with this. Disable that. Build and test. You go over to VRC. Yep. Okay. Building. We get avatar validation fail. Lovely. Why? No, seriously. Why did it fail? It's not giving me a reason. It just failed. Did it, like, just have a random error? No, avatar validation failed. Go look at the console for more information. The console does not give any more information. It just says it failed. Bro, what? Oh, this contains skin meshes that were important for blend shapes and normals set to calculate but aren't using legacy blend shape normals. Okay. So one of these was brought in incorrectly. Part. Shape models. Normals are set to calculate bar unit legacy blend shape normals. Legacy blend shape normals. There it is. Happy now? Successful. Okay. Now we go to SDK. Pencil, drop. Oh, that'll just be happening. But that's not what I care about. What I care about is these dials. Which, seem to be working. Debug time. Where do the values sit at? Principally 100. Dial angle 0.5. Force draw. It is indeed blue. Max width. Stop drawing. Nope. Stop that too. So sometimes it just does not turn off when I click force draw. Okay, well that's good to know. Well, how do emissions look on this thing? I put emissions on the wrong thing. Yippee. Anyways. Let's switch back correctly. Is this thing just, working? So it needs something to poke the dials with. Okay. Okay. So something's working, but something's not. Back to Unity. Why thing not do work? Why do thing not work? Well, I guess step one, let's go back to here real quick. And where's glow? So glow. Oh, wait a sec. This doing what I think it's doing. Oh, yeah, it's doing both. And tell it not to have missions for that one. Wait, no, that's right, because I said it to have a very small emission, so it look pretty. But no, I can't do that. It just, okay. Whatever. That isn't too big of a deal. Just gotta disable emissions there. And that should fix that problem. Next problem to fix is why dial is not setting correctly. Well, I think it's this convert range thing. Here, let's get the thing pushed again. There. Now let's find it on this list of stuff. Oh, wait. Back to VRC. Alright, so I poked in green. Green is coming out to 0.08. That is setting the value for... where's the value at? Looking for pencil green. Pencil green is being set to 0.08 as well. If I go to this menu, 0.08. Okay. Dial green is changing states and updating. But I only changed blue to match. So I need to be poking blue. Okay. So now if I look through this at blue dial is 16. If I look at blue, wherever blue is, blue is 37. That's that doesn't add up, but let's see. So if I set this to like 50, blue dial is 25. Okay. Okay, cool. So that convert range thing actually just works. Somehow. That's why. That's why it's working. Oh my god. So, god dang it. So when I set the angle of this, I set that to only change over a 90-degree distance. So when it goes one way, so it is half both ways. Yes, this is fine. This is working. The mission is doing nothing to this pin. Well, to the parts of the pin that I wanted to do stuff to. But yeah, really cool that this stuff just works. I learned something new. Back to Unity. So, all of these get a convert range of 0.5 to 1. Alright, so, with that just, working, which is great, what else is left to do? Oh, that's right, the control pad, getting its particle system to work. I saved this one to look over how it worked, which was it emitted based off of cycles. Oh, that's right. Okay. So the way that this worked, they'll just go to a place, turn on, drop particle, turn off, go to the next place, turn on, drop particle, turn off, on and on. It had 9 locations it went through, and it had a maximum of 9 particles. Due to the fact that the particles did have a duration, whenever it reached the max, it would delete the oldest. And that's just how it went, in circles. So now, what I want to do is go over to here. Duration, doesn't matter. Looping, doesn't matter. Start lifetime. Start speed. Speed is 0. Start size is something smaller than that. 0.05 is what I have over here. So 0.05 for now. Rotation, flip rotation, none. Start color, flat and white. Gravity source, technically none. Simulation space. Was it local or world? I think it was local. Yeah, local. Simulation speed. I don't know why I had simulation speed on this thing. Local, rigid body. Max particles. How many particles are we going to have? We have a total of 1, 2, 10, 11, 12, 13 locations for particles. Stop dropping particles. So we have 13 locations for particles to get dropped, which means we're going to have a total of 13 max particles. Emission rate. Nothing by time or speed, just simply 1 every time this thing turns on. Alright, that is how this thing worked. Yes, emission module enabled, disabled. Alright. That's it for emissions. Shape. Shape will be just sphere. Radius 1, radius thickness, arc. Right, that's how it's set up on the other one. Sphere, radius 0.001. Random, spread, texture, none. Initial position, okay. Oh, it was 0.001 because that's where it would spawn a particle. So now I want this to like what, 0.4? And then 0.1? Nope. 0.1? DOS. Yes, I want that position right there. That's a good position. It's the shape of the emitter. Then we're down here in renderer, we got Beer. That. Oh, material. That's right. Material was. Pencil particle color. Correct. Pencil particle color. Yes. So now we got a dot. Next is to add the additional locations for it to go. So it has 4 more additional locations to visit. How do I make this? What thing's gonna change about this? Get black. I'm gonna change to alpha. Does that actually do anything? No. Okay. Cool. So now it's time for more animations. Specifically for this next animation, let's do the eraser. So, pencil, control pad, particle, erase, run. For this, I want to how did I set it up for the others? Particle system mission module enabled. So pencil source. You can't see these menus. Awesome. Control pad, armature, control pad, particle system. Emission module. Enabled. Okay. Then I want to click this little record button right here. So I can record me moving this dot. I want to move it. It'll be easier for doing this stuff. Just looking up the actual location of the dot. Right here. That's not correct, is it? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Also means I'm gonna have to move all the others. Okay. That looks correct. Oops. All right. I'm right here. I want to add key. I had to save this. Okay. Don't ask why I decided to mess with it. Probably because I'm a fool. that will make it run to that position. Next, we do it again. This time for a pencil, control pad move. Wait, no. Control pad particle move run. Oops. Again, go to here, pencil source, pencil control pad, armature, pencil control pad, particle system, vision module, vision module enabled. Activate record mode. That to 0, that to like, what was it? 358? Nope, 538. 538. 2. Negative 0.538. Yes. Was this 538 or 536? 536. Okay. Anyway, these particles are not going to be exact, so. Next, pencil, CPP, retrieve, run. Okay. Control pad. Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's do this. Do that. 0. Negative 4.1. 2. 1, 5, 3, negative 0.4, 5, nope, 3, 5, nope, 3, nope, 2, 1. Yep, right there. Add key. Flip scrap. Flip. Pencil. CPP. Set. Run. Alright. Pencil. CPP. Glow. Run. Emissions. Zero. Negative 0.1. 2, 5, 7, 6. 2, 6, 5, 5. 2, 6, 3. Nope. 1, 2. Alright. Pencil. CPP. Color. Run. Did I really? I really did. Color typed out. Run. .26 0. Hello. Welcome back. finish setting up particles and where they go. Which means it is now the last thing I want to do for the stream is set up this. Finish setting this up. Yippee. Which involves going to here. Did it work yet? It sort of does. Well, everything I've done so far on the stream works. But currently I am updating the animations for the particle emitter on the control pad to work as a replacement for the buttons, and also to have everything else go to the right places. And on this. G. First, it's going to run this way. Actually, I can put these here, and I mean, it doesn't really matter where I put them. It's just making it look pretty, I guess. So that, and then it goes to so we go to race. Move. Set and retreat. So step one, it goes to one of these two. Depending on the glow set. Is it set to glow or not? Then in either case, it runs to this one, then this one, into one of these two. Based on set retrieve toggle. Yep. then from here it... Back to there if... Wait a second. I can simplify this. Actually, I need to simplify this. What I almost did is this right here goes back and forth based off of whether or not it's set to the pencil glow or not. And with both of these transitions, it depends on whether it's set to glow or not. So I almost doubled up on what the transitions do, which means it could get stuck in a loop jumping around to the wrong places. Or, actually, I could... delete this. No. Now's it working? There we go. I don't know what happened there, but audio to mic just suddenly shut off. It's been a while since there's been a technical difficulty, so that was a simple one. Alright, so where was I? That's right. Oh, okay, so as I was explaining, I need to keep these two separate because that is needed for these. As to have this, these two are separate, despite the fact these two are the same. But if I was to just use one of these, this transition period in the middle will desync these three for determining the color from the one for the run. I could probably set it up to get around that, but I honestly don't feel like it at the moment. So while I could clean this up to make it look nicer, in practicality, it will still run the same. And so I think I'll just leave it as is. Anyways, for these two, this is going to be based off of glow set. Again. Specifically it being false. And then it running to here based on it being true. And that should work. Now to go through and set all these things so they jump instantaneously. That is what I have already. I can just do this, do this. No, I can't do that. Forgot, those don't work that way. If it was like literally anything else in these menus, I could, but not for these. Alright, so now that should run correctly. Now, now we take this one for blue, throw it in here, duplicate it a few times. Where did it duplicate at? There it is. Oh, one thing I forgot. These things are set to, oh, really just duration 1, speed 1. For some reason that has the tail fan set in as multiplier, what? I mean, whatever. It's disabled. But, so, just clear that real quick. Cool, that can't be cleared. Neato. Okay, so I guess that's just permanently stuck there. So what's the link with these clips? Step 1, not looped. Okay. Okay, so all those are good. These have to be set to 60 though. So, step 1. Nuclear throne? No, I have not. do have these things set up correctly, right? Set, run, move, race. Set, retrieve. Actually, those can be in. Doesn't really matter for those. So for this, it will run to there, which then runs to here, which then runs to there, which then runs to these two. This one runs to there. This one runs to here. All of these are 10. All these are 60. This is based off of the set retrieve toggle. It's if it's true. This is if it's false. And then we go to there. If this is glow set false. And to there. Let's delete that and that before we get conflicts. So glow set is true. Also set that correctly. Glow set true. All right. Now, for a separate issue, how am I gonna do these colors? Because that would be with motion time. But you only can do motion time with parameters. You can't just pick a time on the animator to go to. I believe I can be sneaky and run these 6 off of 3 parameters. Well, technically 9 for red, green, and blue. Step 1, we're going to need more parameters. So, need a float for pencil. CPP. Blue. Dynamic. Then pencil, CPP, B, set, pencil, CPP, B, retrieve. Just make that S and R. S, R, D. SR, this. I can do it with 2 parameters. No, I can't do it with 2 parameters. How many parameters do I need for this? I'm gonna need 4 actually. Darn it. I just remembered these 2 can be toggled on or off. Which means I'm going to need a different color for when they're on and when they're off. And you know, I might as well make the rest of the parameters while I'm here. Console, CPP, G, CG. Console, CPP, GSR. Pencil, CPP, GE. Pencil, CPP, GM. Then again for red. Okay. 12 more float variables. Yippee. Hopefully these do not need to be synced, otherwise this pencil is going to get even more extreme. Also, is my mouth moving? No, it's not. It is not syncing. Why is that not working? It is set correctly, so why is syncing not working? You know what? Whatever. It's whatever. I don't care now at the moment. Let's get this done because I am tired. Anyways, so now to figure out the colors. figure out the colors. We are going to go to VRC. Oh, let me get rid of the debug. I don't need that anymore. Oh wait. Let me build and test. But it means I don't have purple little dots flying on my face. This thing's so dark. Let me figure that out. Seriously, why is it so dark? It shouldn't be this dark. I'm in a dark place? Oh no, it's because it's just set to... That's right. Alright, so using the feather, we're going to come up with colors for these dots. Because I don't know, I just feel like doing that. Why is the front and back a bit different? Oh, it's just shading. Okay. Anyways, so that's what it's going to look like. So with that visible, I'm going to use that for the eraser. So this is 80, 80, 25. Hands, why are you freaking out? Oh, because it's mistaken my face for a hand again. Whatever. Anyways, back to... God damn it, it's doing it again. You know what? If you're going to be bad, you get hands disabled. Get wrecked. Which also sucks too, because voice syncing is also currently screwed up. What happens if I just change to a different character? Well, that fixes. There it goes. Is it working now? No, it's not working. Okay, whatever. We're burnt now. Yeah, we're just burnt now. Whatever. Voice tracking still doesn't work. Eye tracking doesn't work. What the crap? It's been a while since the last technical difficulties. Anyways, back to Unity real quick. Layers, we are going to be going to, we did this for erase, so to here, we are going to add more avatar parameter drivers. 4. This is erase. So, erase, blue, get set, 2.8. I know this is if it's disabled. Whatever. Green erase. Red erase. I think I'll just have it be just at the moment black for inactive. Then when active, .8. Green, which is 0.25. And this which is 0.8. There we go. Now, depending on what state it's in, we'll determine what these variables are. Then if we go down to this, for erase, we can set the parameter for motion time to not tail fan, but to blue erase. And so now, depending on which it's toggled in, depends on whichever that one's at, which will determine what color blue it is. Technically, I'm going to go ahead and set all of these. So I might as well just finish this real quick. Blue. This is blue retrieve. Blue set. Color. Glow. Also, that needs to be 60. Alright, next is green. Color. Glow. Erase. Blue. Set. Retrieve. These two delete. To there. Go to there. To there. 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 To there. To there. 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 To there. Set retrieve. That's down here. Why can I never pick like simple projects to work on? I just get stuck in my head of like, wouldn't it be cool if, and then like months go by. Alright, once more. Ready for something annoying? I can cut out a lot of the parameters. Because, Yeah, yeah, I can cut up parameters. Don't need that. Don't need that. Because these are going to be, this one's going to be white and this one's going to be like a gray. Which means their red, green, and blue are all going to be the same. So I don't actually need to use different parameters for them. Honestly, I might be able to cut out parameters for quite a few of these by if they have matching components. Ugh, okay. So, if I did all this correctly, that should just work. So next it's time for the other colors. So back to VRC. So next color is for move. Which is Something like this. 20, 150. I'm just gonna add that instead of switching back and forth. Alright, next is set and retrieve. Which set is a yellow. So 100, 125. Next is for retrieve, which is a green. It was kind of a yellowish green, so like that. Does that mean that green is 100 for both? Oh wait, that's actually the last one that I need, because the other two are just grays, which I already know how to do. So, having this up does make it a bit easier for me to see the numbers again. But the numbers should be easy to remember, but... Right, back to Unity. Do this, which is just 125. And this, which is 0.75. Alright. Did all this correctly, it should just work. But I don't think I did it all correctly. Let's check some things. Like specifically, are these presets lined up correctly? I don't think they are. They are not. Where's my dot at? There it is. And this is preset number 1. Okay. Why did I put 2 in the wrong spot? God dang it. Or more to do. Right, and then one more, and I think this thing's ready. Alright. Pretty soon I got all that lined up correct. So... I don't need this anymore. Build and test. Let's throw this back into VRC and see if everything goes. I need to check one thing first. Forgot to check. Okay, I did do those, yes. Alright. Why no particles? Why are there no particles? Particle should be turned on, right? I mean, yeah, we should have it, because even in the Unity preview, there's the white dot just sitting there. So that should at least be there. Hmm. Um, Crap. Was it because of that? Shouldn't be because of that. No, it is not because of that. Come on, I want to see the particles work before I have to end stream. Yeah, probably. A terrible thing. One thing I can check real quick. The debug. For example, it is stuck at blue moving. Blue move. Yes. That's understandable as to why that is broken. I accidentally set both transitions to requiring it to be true, which broke things. Oh, cool, we have a particle. It's not even the correct color. Okay, I think I see what's wrong. I don't think this solves why it's the... Oh, wait. That's the right color. Everything else is the wrong color. Oh no, it is the correct color. It's just everything on the inside is getting turned pink because it's inside the thing. That can be done if I click both those buttons. Okay, it's occasionally doing the wrong color. But it is going to the correct places. But hey, that means it works. Sort of. I just have to get the timing correct on things. So, I think mostly complete qualifies for ending stream at midnight. But yeah, made good progress on the pin and getting the new models in. It's at this point, it's just fine tuning and figuring out the sync issue. So that's progress on things. Actually, real quick, I want to test one last thing. One last test, and then I'll be ending stream. Once things finish loading and updating. There you go. Not perfect, but yeah, just a little bit of fine tuning, and things will be working. So, yippee. With this mostly functional mess, you know, here. You can do things. Yay. Alright, so gonna be ending stream here. Went a lot longer than I expected to, but got a lot more done than I expected to as well. Honestly, amazing how that works. But well, that said, that's gonna be it for stream today. I don't know. I just want to mess around with maximum width. Well, that said, I will be probably doing more Blender and Unity stuff at random as things go on. The pencil and pad are practically finished. It's just fine tuning and figuring out the sync issues. But once that's figured out, it'll be good to go. If you're interested in looking at any of the stuff I made, well, at least two of the things I've made, I am pinning stuff on Gumroad for sale and stuff. So if you're interested, and I actually finished it and pinned it on Gumroad, which there's honestly a lot that I need to just do with Gumroad. But either way, interested in stuff or stuff. Yeah. Anywho, that's gonna be it for stream today. My next stream will be tomorrow with Elden Ring, Monday. And yeah, all said though, it's gonna be it for stream today. So thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, follow, join the Discord, all those things. That helps out. And with all that said, have a good time, whatever time zone you're in. And bye for now.